Hello. Yo, Justin. Welcome back. Alright, so we made it to the hospital, to Brookhaven, last session. And we still need to talk about some things here, and we still need to pick up a few things as well. As soon as we made it to the office, we called it for the night. I'd like to finish up the game here. I think we'll probably bypass Born from a Wish this time. I'd like to just wrap up this playthrough tonight, if possible. We'll see. See how much time we have. It's really weird how Maria just kind of teleports in here. It's a bit jarring. Something is written on it. The potential for this illness exists in all people, and under the right circumstances, any man or woman would be driven, like him, to the other side. The other side perhaps may not be the best way to phrase it. After all, there is no wall between here and there. It lies on the borders where reality and unreality intersect. It is a place both close and distant. Some say it isn't even an illness. I cannot agree with them. I'm a doctor, not a philosopher, or even a psychiatrist. But sometimes I have to ask myself this question. It's true that to us his imaginings are nothing but the inventions of a busy mind, but to him there simply is no other reality. Furthermore, he is happy there. So why, I ask myself, why in the name of healing him must we drag him painfully into the world of our own reality? Something else is written by hand. I got the key from Joseph. It's probably the key to that box. I got the purple bowl key. One of the more unique keys, design-wise, in the game. A bull is drawn on it in purple. It was on the desk in the document room. Really interesting design choice here. And there's a really cool detail on the desk here. This is one of my favorite parts, if not my favorite part, about Brookhaven, actually. It seems to be about the patients hospitalized here. Jack Davis. He has attempted suicide 3 times in the past for reasons unknown. Although he is normally a model patient who follows doctors' and nurses' orders, he must be watched closely due to his past pattern of sudden and violent suicide attempts. Joseph Barkin, who was just referenced in that document room. His illness seems to be rooted in the fact that he believes he is guilty of causing his daughter's death. His symptoms suggest a psychotic break and paranoid delusions, normally calm, but has a tendency towards violence when excited. Joshua Lewis. History of hospitalization, as well as numerous assault, battery, and other violent offenses. He has a strong persecution complex and a tendency to solve things through violence. Extreme caution necessary. And there's a common thread here with all of these different patients. They all, well, their first names all start with the letter J. Jack Davis, Joseph Barkin, Joshua Lewis, and of course the main character is James Sunderland. So I like to think that all of these patients represent James in some way or another. It's either, James's subconscious placing him in the position of these patients, or it's Silent Hill doing so. But I think there's some truth to be gleaned here with the description of all of these patients. Especially Joseph Barkin. It says something along the lines of he's normally calm, but, when he's excited, he can become violent. That sort of encapsulates James just throughout the story of Silent Hill 2 here. Very calm exterior, but he's actually a very dangerous guy, very unstable. And he's a very large man that doesn't have any problems dishing out pain when needed. So last playthrough, I kinda took the time to clear everything out, and I wanted some peace and quiet, especially towards the end of the hospital, to explore and not have to deal with enemies too often. But frankly, they just kept respawning the last time. It's not normally like that, so I think I'm gonna try to just avoid fights when I can here. I'll probably break out the chainsaw a little bit just to conserve ammo, and we'll do some clearing here and there just to have access to certain rooms and whatnot. But I'm gonna try to just run through pretty much everything. And since we're going for in water as well, it doesn't matter much at all, if I take some hits here and there. I get that breathing noise from back in the Woodside Apartments. This angle is lit. As soon as we step away from the door, the breathing stops. So what is triggering this exactly? What is that breathing noise supposed to be? Is that Pyramid Head breathing down our neck? Okay, actually we need to break out the gun here. And I'm not even gonna bother killing these because they're just gonna respawn. Might kill them on the way out though. There's something inside the pocket of the white lab jacket. I got the examination room key. This is totally optional here, but we are going to check out the examination room for various reasons. There's a magazine here. None of these lockers are going to open. Got a poster of a babe here. Very Resident Evil, true, true. Although I can't pretend to know much about Resident Evil. It's never really been my cup of tea, but I've heard really good things about the remake for RE1 and 2. I heard they're really good. I guess I'm gonna have to try them out someday. Pretty much everyone I know whose opinion I respect has said that they're like phenomenal remakes. So I really should get on top of that.
Ow!
What's wrong?
I just pricked myself.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Got the bent needle. So Laura has left one of her teddy bears here with a very crucial item that we need. Gotta play the 2 remake, yeah. Here's our shotgun. Another critical item here. Interesting, James, you know, he keeps looking down here, which leads the player to believe that there's something to interact with still. But there's nothing left here for us to do. Okay, so let's head back down to the first floor and check out the examination room. Again, totally optional, but I find it worthwhile. Number one, there's going to be some shotgun ammo in there, which it's actually useful because if you don't pick it up, you're probably not going to have enough for this upcoming boss fight. And it can be a pain without the shotgun, to say the least. You see how James is looking at something over here? That drives me crazy. I wonder if there is something to pick up in there behind Maria. I don't think there is, though. He may just be looking at Maria. Yeah, that's probably what he's doing. The pin number this month is T. Last month it was X, and before that it was Z. But what are they going to do next month? That's all they can express with 4 numbers. Anyway, Does the door to the patient wing really need to have this combination changed this often? So this is alluding to a keypad that we're gonna need to unlock very shortly. And once we get to the keypad, I'll explain what that riddle entails. Coming out of that room always gets me turned around, because we come out on the opposite side. Alright. So let's go back up to the second floor. We kind of take this on methodically here. This looks like an item right here. This always trips me up as well. Looks like an item on that bottom left bookshelf. But it's actually nothing. And here we have the imprint on carbon paper. There's a typewriter here. I've got no use for this. Wait a minute. What's this? There's a sheet of carbon paper still stuck in the typewriter. I can still read the imprint left on it. I know it, the secret. I'll give them something to deal with. This demon shelter is of no use anymore. He is my instrument. He must follow my orders. Yes, the box will be useless. Now I must not forget it. 8344. That's good. He is the lowest now. I too will be free, and he will serve me. I am a genius. No one can stop me. Can stop me. Can stop me. No one can stop me. Can stop me. No, no. That man needs to use some punctuation. Probably our friend Joseph Barkin leaving that note. Nope. Most of the rooms with two enemies are not worth clearing. Got the lapis eye key. So what makes the remakes, the Resident Evil remakes, so appealing? Is it just the adherence to the originals? Does it follow them pretty closely, and just updates them properly, or does it radically change the game for the better? That music is so jarring. I just pretty much had to clear those enemies. It's so oppressive. Okay. So here we have the box. We also have a message on the wall here. There's something written on the wall. Luis, I'll take care of you forever. It's my destiny. We probably should have dropped Maria off. Let's check out this box, and then we'll drop Maria off here. Joseph has taken the time to secure this sucker pretty darn well. Was it 8355 was the one combination? Let's try it. Nope. That's not it. What we'll do first is we will combine these two keys. The lapis eye and the purple bowl. Yeah, it can be easy to, you know, for certain things to slip here and there. And let's check out the memo real quick. We might as well go ahead and put in the first combination. 8344. So I was close. 8355. That wasn't too far off. There we go. And we still need one more combination. However. Let me know how this chainsaw is, man. I turned the sound effect volume down 2 notches. Footsteps still sound pretty damn loud, but... And this is a save point in here. But let's go ahead and drop Maria off real quickly. Oh, we have a friend. How's the chainsaw? Still loud as fuck? Still loud as fuck to me, but... Did I miss something here? There we go. That's weird. I thought I thought that was the first door I tried to open.
James. Wait a minute. I'm kind of tired. It's just a hangover.
You should rest.
So comfy.
I'm gonna go look for her. For Laura. I'll be back as soon as I can.
The ominous signs of Maria getting ill. It's obviously mimicking Mary's illness. Got the roof key.
James, I want to ask you something. What if you can't find Mary? What will you do?
I haven't thought about that.
And this is one of those parts of the game wherein if you're looking to get the Maria ending, this is very, very tricky here because you have to make it so where Maria basically, you know, gets hit a minimal amount of times, which that's easier said than done, to say the least. And if you come back to this room and check on Maria frequently throughout this part of the game, it's going to be more likely that you'll receive the Maria ending as well. Okay. So we have a paltry amount of shotgun ammo. Let's use the save point. Sounds good? Okay, nice. Let me know if it needs to go down or something. Last time it was insanely loud. Huh, I thought there was some shotgun ammo in here. I think there is when we come back here after the next world shift. Notice how these enemies stopped respawning. I only cleared this hall once, and there's only one enemy that respawned when I came out, and now there's nothing left. It's times like these where, you know, it makes me want to just clear the entire area out so I don't have to deal with enemies, but I have no idea what causes those respawns. To this day, it's like some playthroughs, they're just gonna all respawn every time. Sometimes they don't. Alright, so let's head up to the roof. Use the roof key. And over here we have a detail. And this, actually, is one of the first times where we see James's memo pad on the ground here. Now, I'm sure a lot of people would like to argue with me about this. That's fine. But to me, this is James's memo pad right here. Notice the color of this. I'm pretty sure this is the first major tip you have where these memos that you find on the ground, oftentimes, these little journals, they're James's, essentially. Check this out. Let's look at the memo pad. You see in the background there, we have this sort of light blue colored memo pad, teal colored in a way. The binding of James's pad is the exact same color as this. And you find a few of these throughout the game. This isn't the only one that you find. And this also, you know, further solidifies my theory about the patients here, at least the ones that James reads about. You know, these patients here, in essence, they are James in a very bizarre way. Let's check this out. And actually, reading this makes it more likely that we'll achieve in water. So, in our case, we absolutely want to do this right now. But it's sometimes worth just leaving this here if you're trying to avoid getting the in water ending. There's something on the floor. Is this a diary? May 9th. Rain. Stared out the window all day. Peaceful here. Nothing to do. Still not allowed to go outside. May 10th. Still raining. Talked with the doctor a little. Would they have saved me if I didn't have a family to feed? I know I'm pathetic, weak. Not everyone can be strong. May 11th. Rain again. The meds made me feel sick today. If I'm only better when I'm drugged, then who am I anyway? May 12th. Rain as usual. I don't want to cause any more trouble for anyone, but I'm a bother either way. Can it really be such a sin to run instead of fight? Some people may say so, but they don't have to live in my shoes. It may be selfish, but it's what I want. It's too hard like this. It's just too hard. May 13th. It's clear outside. The doctors told me I've been released. That I've got to go home. The diary ends here. There are no more entries. It's creepy. So what happened to this guy? What was a diary doing up here? What indeed? And this is basically foreshadowing what's gonna happen here a few seconds from now, in my opinion. Something happened to this guy mid-sentence in his diary. I think it's James's diary, man. It's one of the patients here, which is essentially James. The color of that journal. Same color as James's journal. We find a few more of those as well. Same exact color. Just a very, very obscure detail here, but it's something I picked up on in recent years. Let's go ahead and stay low health. She did. You know, she was cleared to go home for a brief time. But she wasn't on medication to make herself feel normal. You know, Mary was terminally ill. That patient in the journal was heavily medicated to make himself, you know, feel even. That's what I gathered from it. This is easily missed too, this little note on the door. Something is written on the wall. If Joseph looks calm, he can be taken out of his cell. Oh yeah, dude, I'm telling you, it's something that I've never heard anyone else mention before. But there's a lot of clues that we gather throughout the game that a lot of the memos you find, certainly the maps that you find and stuff like that, that's James. It's either his subconscious leaving himself clues, or it's the town, you know, posing as James, leaving himself clues. It's, who knows exactly what it is, but they're essentially James's belongings. The memos, the trail of memos that we find at the very beginning of the game, where it's like giving you insight into game mechanics and, you know, talking about how the enemies are attracted to light and whatnot. there's that body of James on the ground, and then there's a memo pad, James's memo pad, same color and everything, sitting right next to him. And then, pages torn out of the memo pad, the trail of pages. That's the very first example of that. This is the second example, I believe. We find at least one more of those. Actually, we find another one here in the hospital at the very end. Lovely accommodations here. There's something written on the wall. That looks like a 1716 combination. Turn, turn, turn the numbers. Better not forget them, so I'll write them down here. The other one, my secret name. Turn, turn, turn the numbers. I don't know, man, I don't know. I think if I had to guess, it would make more sense to me that James is kind of just entranced. I don't really know how, there are moments, obviously, where he's running into Eddie and Angela, but I don't really know how much of that is real and how much of that is, in their dream world. I'm not sure if they're all really walking around Silent Hill or if they're, in a dream state, basically. You know what I mean? I don't think a lot of the things that are happening in the game are physically taking place, if that makes sense. I think a lot of it is mental. Other dimensional sort of stuff. Like, I bet, I don't think James is carrying around an arsenal of weapons here. I don't think he's actually finding a shotgun and a pistol and all the, ammo and whatnot everywhere. I think it's just his imagination. Just a thought. That's one of those things where I've never been too concerned about that particular aspect of things. Like at the beginning of the game, I bet I bet that's taking place. James arriving at Silent Hill, meeting Angela in the graveyard, descending into the town. But the deeper you get, the more reality breaks down. He may be walking around the hospital right now, but we actually know a lot of this to be true because the way we see the hospital right now, this isn't actually what the hospital looks like. Once we're at the very end of this dungeon, if you will, the hospital changes form. Like the walls are all boarded up and it's just completely stripped down. You can tell it was closed a long, long time ago. So a lot of the things that James sees here, they're not really there in reality. And it's oftentimes the case, like the deeper we go into the game, the more reality just breaks down into something else, just another dimension. Certainly once we get to the labyrinth and stuff like that, that's not a physical place here in town. That's being sort of fabricated. Turn the numbers. I'm gonna say that's a 1716 combination, even though the 1 looks like a J. Oh goody. Look at the treasure we found. There's nothing inside the box. No, I'm wrong. There are a few hairs inside. Huh. I got a piece of hair. Really weird how these enemies just stayed. You know, they didn't respawn at all this time. Only one of them respawned. Really weird. And here is that green substance again. I mean, if this isn't blood, I don't know what it is. But nevertheless, it is a substance of some kind that's neon green. I just call it blood, I guess, because it looks like predator blood. It's got that neon green glow. And we saw this in the butterfly room. There's actually a little hint of it there in the corner, too. If you really squint, you can see a small hint of it in this corner. Imagine this is Alessa's here. Interesting. There's something stuck in the drainage pipe. The hole is too small. I can't get my hand inside to reach it. Maybe if I had a long, narrow tool of some kind. Oh. Let's combine the needle and the piece of hair. I got an elevator key. Okay, so let's save again. Because we're about to encounter the next boss. It's not so great. I think if we had cleared more of the second floor, we could have as many as 18 spare rounds, which would give us just enough for this next boss fight. But instead, we're going to have to use the pistol to finish them off, unfortunately. Does the green blood always go along with a hole and contains an item? Yes. Yes, it does. Actually, there's not a hole in the... We encounter some more of that blood in the prison. But, I guess there is a drainage pipe next to the blood, similar to this room, but the tablet of the seductress is just laying on the ground in that bathroom. We don't have to, you know, extract anything from a hole. So, almost. That was almost an intriguing connection you made there. I think that's the three main places you see it. But yeah, definitely this one, you know, in Brookhaven, we just extracted that, you know, the key from the drainage pipe. The elevator key, and yeah, clock key. We have to reach our hand into the hole, room 202 in Woodside Apartments. It's really sad when, like, I just saved a second ago, and I already forgot whether or not I saved or not. That's one of the downsides to playing anything ad nauseum, because your memory just starts to blur. At least mine does. I can only speak for myself, I guess. Okay, actually, I need to run and grab a drink. It's just going to take a couple minutes. That track is so good. Okay. Let's head to the first floor. Breathing sound. Oh, we do pick up some shotgun shells here. That's right. So I'm just curious. 18 rounds. I think that's what we need. That's the magic number. Alright. Good to know. So I can skip second floor entirely and still have enough ammo. I think this is enough, at least. See the teddy bears. Laura's teddies.
Laura?
Huh? You know my name?
Eddie told me.
That big fat blabbermouth.
How do you know about Mary?
What's the big deal?
Why can't you just tell me?
You gonna yell at me if I don't?
No, I won't.
I was friends with Mary. We met at the hospital. It was last year.
You liar! Laura,
Fine, don't believe me.
But last year, Mary was already... I'm sorry, Laura. Anyway, let's go. We can talk about this later. This is no place for a kid. There are all sorts of strange things around here. I can't believe you haven't even gotten a scratch on you.
Why should I? Wait! There's something I gotta get.
Later, okay?
But it's really important.
What is it?
A letter from Mary.
Huh?
I wanna go get it. Is that okay?
Yes, yes.
Come on, hurry up.
Is it in there?
Yeah, in the back.
Yeah, all the way in the back, James. Make sure you go all the way in the back. All the way.
What are you doing, Laura?
It's further back in the desk.
Dumbass.
Laura! What are you doing?
Ha ha, I tricked you.
Open the door, Laura.
Why should I? I'm a liar, right? Want me to open it? Huh? Huh? Do ya? What's the magic word?
Laura?
Okay, I guess I won't open it. I think I'll just leave you like this.
You snotty little brat! Open up!
Why, you...
Laura?
You hurt me!
So, this, I don't know if you've seen Silence of the Lambs before, but this reminds me, that sequence reminds me of Silence of the Lambs. What is it, like the senator's daughter? When she gets kidnapped by Buffalo Bill? He's like, yeah, can you help me get this couch in the van? And she helps him. He's like, oh yeah, I just want to get it all the way in the back. Can you get in the very back of the van? Yeah, just all the way in the back. This dumbass. You deserve it. Anyway, yeah, maybe Laura is James's daughter. I've seen that theory before. It's a cool theory. I don't think it's true, because Laura informs us that she was in the hospital with Mary and they were friends. And, you know, we receive a letter late game, and it's a letter from Mary to Laura. Now, it could be fabricated, may not be true, but I just assume that Laura is a spirit. She probably died like Mary. She wasn't murdered like Mary, but she was likely terminally ill. Perhaps had the exact same rare disease that Mary had. But that is an interesting theory, and that would be cool if it were true, but I don't think it is. I think we have enough info to disprove that. I do like that theory, though. Can't mess around here. I was trying to stay low HP because we're going for in water, but it is fun. I love coming up with theories like that. So we have one more. It's about to come. Oh, there it is. Oh God. That range. And the key here to having enough ammo to do this is to make sure they get close enough to you. Oh, and we can hear the sirens playing, so I think that's it. one hit away from death there. Amazing transition there. James. Total Jacob's Ladder reference as well. Whenever Jacob Singer is being wheeled on the gurney. The boss is called Flesh Lips. I love this scenario here too, where we're just being wheeled on a gurney, staring up at the ceiling, and all of a sudden we're outside, boxed in. And it just starts raining as well. It's not raining as soon as we arrive here, but it begins a few seconds after we find ourselves outside. Yes. That's the Flesh Lips boss. And this reminds me of a recent movie, fairly recent. I think it's called 1408. What's the name of it? Based off of a Stephen King short story. I don't know when the short story was written. That would maybe be worth looking into, actually. I don't know if the short story was written prior to Silent Hill 2, which was 2001. I bet you it was written prior to that. I'm gonna need to look into that. But there's and this is probably just, a reference that, is only in my mind here. I doubt many people have drawn this conclusion. But in the movie 1408, which was, I think it came out in 2013, 2014, thereabouts. Maybe a little prior to that. There's a scene where the main character, who's played by John Cusack, is trapped in a hotel room, like a haunted room that's just fucking with him in all sorts of ways, and he tries to get out. He tries to get out a number of different ways, and then the room shuts him down each time and traps him in there. And just to further mess with him, he walks up to the wall by the main door of the room. And you know how in hotels they'll have a map of the floor that you're on sometimes? They'll be like, hey, here's this wing of the hotel. Here's what rooms are on this wing. Well, he walks up to this picture of a map of the hotel, and it's just a map of just the one room. It's like, you are here, and it's just a little square with an arrow pointing to it. It's really creepy. Really great scene. This kind of reminds me of that. It's like, what's the point of having this picture here of this wing? It's like just a small square room, and it's like, oh, here's a map of this room just in case you get lost. Really weird to me. Wouldn't surprise me if that short story was written prior to Silent Hill. I know that they're Stephen King fans and Team Silent, so maybe it really is a 1408 reference. I've never read the short story. I don't know if that actually happens in the short story or if that's just a movie reference, but interesting to me nonetheless. Oh, shouldn't have done that. It's all good. We'll take plenty of hits. Let's save. Sounds like Silent Hill: The Room. Yeah. I'm not familiar with Silent Hill 4, not really. I've seen it played a few times, but I've never played it myself. And we have a couple rooms here, or we have at least one room here that we want to visit. It's a bit tricky, actually. Well, let's go ahead and equip our chainsaw. I think it's the room at the very end of the hall that we want. That didn't work out like I wanted. So yeah, that glass breaking sound effect played immediately this time. Normally it takes a little while for it to play. It kind of lost... There it goes again. It'll just keep playing as long as we're in here. It kind of lost its jump scare impact this time because of how late it played, or how early it played, rather. But usually these enemies, they'll be right up on top of you as soon as you open the door. So if you have the chainsaw ready, you can fast attack with it and take them both out with one swipe. Alright. Oh god, it's going crazy. Yeah, the original concept, sure. Okay, we're down on this floor. Everything's locked up on this end. Tell you what. dirty. Ah, yes. This fucking room. There's a piece of paper on the bed. I was locked up inside the basement's basement. It was so small and dark, and I was so afraid. I dropped my precious ring, but I will never, ever go back there. Golem reference? Lord of the Rings? I got the dry cell battery. And I got the basement storeroom key. I mean, what is this actually drawn on the wall here? Really tough to tell. Part of the wallpaper is torn. I can see something, yeah, something drawn on the wall beneath. Are those hands searching for something? Or are they just a sign of pain? Really cool and creepy imagery. There are some real gems here in the hospital. This is probably, not that this really means much, because I pretty much love every aspect of this game, but of all of the dungeons, if you will, of all of the areas of the game, I prefer this area the least. But there are a few rooms in particular that I just adore here. The Lady of the Door, especially. Yeah, cult paintings, yeah, could be. The Lady of the Door, to me, is definitely, you know, part of the occult of Silent Hill, part of the Order. It's very religious and ceremonial, in essence. Check some of these doors. No thank you. I don't want any part of that. But over here, we have a room. But we can't do anything here just yet. We actually need Maria's assistance in this room. There's something that looks like a refrigerator. Will you open it? It's no good. The door is too heavy to open by myself. Alright, so we actually need Maria's help to open this. Maybe this, maybe the enemies will stay dead here. Looks like everything's been cleared out, so when we come back here with Maria, they should still be dead. Theoretically. Really, what we want is to make sure the enemies stay dead on the 3rd floor. Momentarily. Tell you what, I think we need to not mess around here. Oh man, this track, one of my favorites. The pulsating. Oh man, I love this loop. So good. Like as soon as you walk up on the door, boom, boom. I love this door here. For frankly inexplicable reasons. I just find this to be really unsettling. Just in the middle of a hospital, we have this sort of old-timey painting. Had like 7 beers, time to pass out. Okay, man. Fair enough. Take care. Have a good night. Yeah, dude, this door. I mean, what is this doing here in the middle of the hospital? We have these weird occult women, probably part of the Order, if I had to guess, just staring at you. And then, of course, this part of the door. Oh, I love that. There's a painting of a woman on the door. Oddly enough, the hand part of the painting is actually 3D and sticks out. You can see the hand sticking out here too. Kinda tough to see. So unsettling. This is where we left Maria. Now she's gone. We got this breathing noise. And the heartbeat. Sounds like a heartbeat that's under duress. There are empty medicine bottles here. Is this what Maria was taking? Is Maria sick now too? Yes, James. Yes, she is. see how every single enemy respawned here? It's a bit frustrating when that happens. And this is where the save point was earlier, but now it's gone. Found some ampoules here though, and then we have this message. Again, probably a message from Joseph Barkin. There's a scrap of paper on the ground. Just some doodle. Huh. Something is written on it. She is an angel. No one knows. Only I can see the lady of the door. They cannot walk along her bridge of thread. They fall from the weight of their crimes. Almost certainly Joseph, with the lack of punctuation, right? Like bloated and ugly corpses, their sins, she devours them. Sin and sinner alike, she saves me, she is an angel. Oh, one respawned at least. Okay. Just one hit away from death there. That is one aspect of going for in water that can be a bit nerve-wracking, I guess, on this difficulty. It really doesn't take much to get you low HP. Let's switch over to the gun. Again, very dirty enemy placement. I really can't mess around. Miro, hello. Okay. So let's proceed to the basement. And mysteriously, the save point is now in the hallway. Let's go ahead and use it, actually. And if you're wearing headphones, you can probably tell that the screeching sort of alternates from left to right. It's like sometimes it sounds like it's coming from over here, Sometimes it sounds like it's coming from this way. And the baby screeching noises. This is the second time that you hear the screeching of a baby. You hear one sort of wail of a baby in the Woodside Apartments. Just one shriek. And that's it. Actually, just before you encounter Pyramid Head for the first time. Just before you have your very first encounter with him. And at that point, it's kind of like, you know, it's... I never really thought much about it for a while. But as the years, you know, went on, I get the distinct impression that James and Mary lost a child somewhere along the way. Either they lost a baby, or maybe, you know, there was a miscarriage or an abortion, and it affected the relationship in some way, because here we hear more shrieking of a baby. And I don't think it's just random shrieking just, you know, to creep you out. Probably just something to mess you up? Could be. I think that, you know, there's a lot of things that you could say, oh, well, it's just random, it's just there to scare you. There's a lot of stuff like that in this game, but pretty much everything is very intentional for a reason. This is a very layered game, very deliberate. While they don't tell you outright, yeah, James and Mary lost a child, I think it's pretty heavily insinuated. And here we have a shelf of some kind, some red handprints. There's a shelf here. There are red handprints on the shelf. Yeah, sickness of Mary killed plans for having a kid. That's a very fair and logical theory to have. You know, possibly one of the reasons why James was further driven into depression and rage. Or perhaps they lost a child because of the illness. Maybe she was carrying a child and she got sick and they lost the child because of the illness. Baker, what's up? Alright, let's move the shelf. And this is always a bit trippy here. Just the way this scene happens. Just take a look at the orientation of the room here. So we have a door to our left, but really when you're looking in this direction, it's just so dark over here, you can't really see the doors. You can only see this passageway ahead of you. And when we interact with this...
James!
Mary? Oh, Maria. It's you. I thought you were... Sorry. Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
Anyway? What do you mean, anyway? You don't sound very happy to see me. I was almost killed back there. Why didn't you try to save me? All you care about is that dead wife of yours. I've never been so scared in my whole life. You couldn't care less about me, could you?
No, I just...
Then stay with me. Don't ever leave me alone. You're supposed to take care of me. So, what about Laura? Did you find her?
Yeah, but... she ran away.
We've got to find her.
You really seem to care about her. Do you know her?
I've never met her before. I just feel sorry for her. She's all alone. And for some reason, I feel like it's up to me to protect her.
Classic scene. Maria switching between Mary and Maria. For 2001, the graphics are good. Oh man, this game has aged beautifully. Absolutely beautifully. I mean, this is being played on a PS2 as well. So, you know, I'm splitting an S-video connection to HDMI to stream. So this really isn't even an HD. It still looks great to me. But now Maria, you know, switching between the Mary that needs to be protected, that needs to be loved and cared for, and the Mary that is enraged, lashing out, as we see later on in the game. Maria also with the sort of inexplainable care and worry for Laura at this point of the game. Like, as the player, you have to wonder why Maria gives a shit about Laura. She doesn't know her. But it's actually Mary that cares for Laura, and that's why Maria cares. But that's a really jarring scene, as I was saying before it starts. It's jarring the way it initiates. As soon as you interact with the shelf there and try to descend the ladder, you get that sound effect of a door opening. It's like, wait, what? But no, it's Maria coming in from behind you, from where you entered the room. It always kind of is a bit jarring for me. I got the copper ring. Okay. Oh yeah, definitely, man. Much more of an artist team dedicated to the craft than trying to make a game to please the masses. This is a love letter to different horror genre across the spectrum. A lot of inspiration from different horror media throughout history, heavily inspired by, you know, The Shining, Stephen King's The Shining, Jacob's Ladder, David Lynch. They wanted to take these things that they loved and do something of their own. Okay. So we're looking to get to the elevator again. Go back to that second floor with the locked refrigerator. And it's a good thing the enemies are not respawning here too. This will make it a lot less stressful. See, the last run I did for the channel, which was about a month ago, these enemies just would not stop respawning. I cleared out the second and third floor probably about 4 or 5 times a piece, and they just kept respawning. It's really bizarre how sometimes they'll just continue to respawn and sometimes they just stop for seemingly no reason. There doesn't really seem to be a formula to it. Very similar to the way certain sound effects will play sometimes. You know, in some playthroughs you'll get very rare sound effects. Sometimes they'll just all play for you, and sometimes none of them play.
correctly and win a great prize, or fail to answer correctly and receive the punishment. It all depends on you. And our lucky, or should I say unlucky challenger today is James. James Sunderland! Are you ready to play trick or treat? Okay, here's your first question. Merry-go-round, haunted house, roller coaster, Ferris wheel, and teacups. Silent Hill is home to a thrilling amusement park that both children and adults love. The question is, what is the name of this amusement park? 1. Fantasyland. 2. Silent Hill Amusement Park. 3. Lakeside Amusement Park. Okay, quickly on to question number 2. Silent Hill witnessed a gruesome murder a few years back. A brother and sister were playing in the road when they were attacked and chopped into pieces with an axe. Torn flesh, smashed bones, splattered blood, and finally, what a terrible tragedy. What a gruesome end to such innocent lives. Now the question. What was the name of the murderer who committed this vile act? 1. Walter Sullivan. 2. Scott Fairbanks. 3. Eric Dane. Now for our third and final question. South of the lake is a deserted old neighborhood called South Vale. From there to Pale Vale, the central resort area northwest of the lake, there's only one road you can take. Just one road, no more. The third and final question is, what is the name of that road? 1. Bachman Road. 2. Rindell Street. 3. Nathan Avenue. Well, that's the last of our questions. Have you got it all figured out? When you know the answers, head to the storeroom on the 3rd floor to collect your prizes. But be careful if you're wrong. Well then, everybody, thanks for tuning in. See you again sometime. Bye-bye.
What was that?
I love that guy's voice. Okay, so let's go back into this refrigerator room. The answer, by the way, is 313. Lakeside Amusement Park, Walter Sullivan, Nathan Avenue. There's something that looks like a refrigerator. Let's go for it.
You can't open it?
Yeah, Maria, give me a hand here.
Come on. You're supposed to be the big man around here. How's a little girl like me supposed to help? What's this? Not very cute, is it? Here, James. You take it.
Thanks.
Guys see he's voice acting here. Thanks. I'm not sure if they were trying to do like a quippy, offbeat Twin Peaks sort of dialogue there, but it doesn't really land too well. James also getting emasculated by Maria there. Okay. Let's head back up to the 3rd floor. Let's go retrieve our prize. This loop. Here we have the box. So the answer is 313. Totally optional here, but we get a plethora of ammunition and some ampoules as well. Alright. So this is how I like to do this. This is a very precarious encounter. We're playing on hard action, so the mechanics here are different than on easy or normal, and they're actually a bit wonky, to say the least. So this is the way I like to do it. Sometimes it can take multiple attempts, so anything you can do to sort of cut down on the repetition is advisable, I'd say. But let's take a look at the lady one last time, the lady of the door. Love this. Love this design. There's a painting of a woman on the door. Oddly enough, the hand part of the painting is actually 3D and sticks out. Alright, so let's combine the rings that we picked up. Copper ring and the lead ring. Click. Now she's open. But before we go in, let's save. Because we're gonna have a really rough encounter ahead here. And actually, I've only heard this sound effect play one time. But I know it's a thing that can happen. I've never heard it occur on the PS2 version of the game, but I once watched a guy play through this on the HD, the PC version with the HD mod. And in this hallway, sometimes, I mean, I'm thinking it's probably super rare, and I'm not sure exactly what triggers it, but I was watching a guy play, and he saved about at this point in the game, and he was just, you know, sort of chilling here, and next thing you know, you can hear the sound effect of Pyramid Head dragging his great knife on the ground. The sound of the massive metal knife scraping up against the floor. It's a sound effect that you can hear, you know, in various parts of the game. But I've heard it play here a singular time, and that's after playing this game many, many times and never hearing it myself. Only during that one guy's run did I hear it. And ever since then, every time I make it to this point in the game, I always just kind of want to sit here for 20 or 30 seconds and just kind of see if it plays. But unfortunately, I've never heard it myself. So, and it doesn't seem like it's going to play, which is unfortunate. But before I do this, before we do this encounter, I'm gonna grab a drink. It'll just be a couple minutes. Okay. English only, please. So let's go ahead and get this started. Really tricky encounter here, or at least it can be quite tricky for a few different reasons, especially on the hardest difficulty. If Maria takes a single hit here, for example, if I accidentally shoot Maria once, it's game over. Instant game over. And what's going to happen here is I'm going to need to take advantage of the environment to make this sequence as efficient, to make completing the sequence rather as efficient as possible. It's really tricky, actually, and I didn't really figure out the best way to do this until recent years. This was a lot more difficult at first. And here's something that I was talking about earlier during the playthrough. This is actually a really interesting detail for me. Take a look at the color of this journal here. Earlier in the hospital, we also found a journal on the roof. Same exact color. Same exact design here. And we're going to find another journal later on that's also this color. And take a look at this. James's memo pad is also the same color. So these memos that you find on the ground with this sort of light blue, teal colored journal, I like to think this is James's journal here. Is either James leaving this for himself, his subconscious leaving these things for himself, if you will, or it's the town just messing with him. There's a note on the ground. Inside is some kind of hard-to-read writing. I took the director's key, the one to the museum. I hid it behind the praying woman when I went out for the day trip. I picked it up, but I did not steal it. I'm not a criminal. It's perhaps another mental patient here at the hospital. Part of James's persona. The memos that we find on the bottom level in the examination room, or rather in the office. All of the patients' names begin with the letter J. You know, Joseph Barkin, etc. And the main character of the game is James Sunderland. Really cool detail. Something I don't see anyone talking about. And here is the sequence. Let's make sure that we're full ammo. See, we had one bullet left. That could have been a disaster. Could have been a disaster right there. As soon as we get to this corner, we get that sound effect that plays. If we walk away, it stops. As soon as we turn the corner here, though, Pyramid Head's gonna appear, and he's gonna start stabbing Maria. And this is a chase sequence wherein we're gonna need to fend off Pyramid Head to make it to the other side. On easy and normal, you can just run straight through this. You don't have to fight Pyramid Head at all. But on hard, you actually have to slow him down by shooting him, or he's just gonna kill Maria, and it's gonna be a game over. And this is actually one of the trickiest parts right here, is as soon as we turn this corner, Maria's gonna be in our fucking way. And we're gonna have to find an angle to shoot Pyramid Head without, shooting Maria. So, alright, wish me luck. Oh. Uh-oh. Gonna be close. Gonna be really close. This is a beautiful track here, too. Great moment. James just collapses to the floor. And this is really cool here. As soon as we step out of the elevator, this is actually the third time the hospital has changed. The environment has changed slightly. And this is what I think the hospital really looks like. Everything is all stripped down, barren. But Maria can take something like 3 or 4 pokes there from Pyramid Head. Pretty sure he hit her 3 times, so 1 more would be it. And a lot of people don't realize you can shoot through the wall in that one section of the hallway with the grated wall there. There's our save point. And remember the note that we just read? I got the director's key, the one to the museum. Here's the director's room. There's an old book here about the history of Silent Hill. Wish we could read into that a little bit. That would be intriguing. Unfortunately, we can't. He who is not bold enough to be stared at from across the abyss is not bold enough to stare into it himself. The truth can only be learned by marching forward. Follow the map. There's a letter and a wrench. Okay, so we have 1 location marked on our map. And a 2nd location. And a 3rd location. I copied them onto my map. I got the hospital lobby key, so if we had tried to leave, we would have found ourselves locked in without coming here. And there's Laura, guiding James to his next destination. And this is a really cool detail here too. Take note of the way this is written. He who is not bold enough to be stared at from across the abyss. We're going to find a continuation of this note to James from the director of the hospital. This is one of the few notes in the game where I think this is actually a different entity entirely than James's subconscious, leaving himself directions. Let's go ahead and save too. Maria's dead. I couldn't protect her. Once again, I couldn't do anything to help. Laura has run off somewhere. Mary, what should I do? Are you really waiting somewhere for me? Or is this your way of taking? I'm going to find Mary. It's the only thing I have left to hope for. And now we're back outside. The pulse of the town, present once again. And this is one of our last moments being outside in the town. This is a nice intermission in between the hospital and the next major section of the game, the next major dungeon, if you will. Really nice break from the intensity. And we have a few enemies around, obviously, but we can just run by pretty much all of them. There's maybe one section that I'm gonna want to clear enemies, because there's one or two things that I'm gonna want to talk about, but we can pretty much just run around freely here, pick up some items. And it is worth, in my opinion, taking the time to do this. And we actually want to cross over here. There's going to be some items on this side of the road. There's nothing on the opposite side. But if you know where to look, there's a lot of stuff that respawns in the town after the hospital. Some rifle shells. We've yet to pick up the rifle. One of the more useless items in the game. Some would say it's entirely useless. But there is one very specific purpose for it, which is the very last fight of the game. Let's take a look at the map. Okay, so we actually want to go through Saul Street here. That's where we need to go to proceed. Oh, Muro. Have you seen or played the Enhanced Edition on PC? No, I haven't. Oh, I've seen it. I've seen people play through the Enhanced Edition. And it's a little stiff, a little buggy. Apparently it's hard to use a controller. I don't know from personal experience, but I've watched people play it, and I've listened to various complaints when compared to the PlayStation 2 version. I'm more of a purist, man. If I can play something on the original console, I'm probably going to do that, if possible. The HD collection version of this game is infamously horrendous. Like, they completely botched it. Team Silent had nothing to do with it. Konami just released a shit version of the game. Lots of bugs, like audio glitches, problems with tracks playing in the wrong places, textures that were replaced, total disrespect. Interesting. No bugs, huh? Now the PC version, I haven't heard people say that there's bugs. It's not like the HD collection, but there's issues with with using a controller, apparently. But I haven't played it, so I really know nothing about it, only what I've heard. Okay, let's move on. We don't need to pick up every single item in the town, but it is nice to stock up on things. That's true. Oh, man. See, that's a deal breaker for me. If there's issues with the controller, that just ruins everything. For example, that last sequence that we did, I've watched a guy... 3Dog. I've watched 3Dog on Twitch play through the game on the PC version, and he's like flipped out doing that section before because of controller issues. Like he basically has to play on easy or normal to make it work. Doing it on hard is just too frustrating, apparently. That's a deal breaker for me. And here, we have an enemy called the Mandarin. Normally they're gonna come at you at this point, but... Oh man, did they just completely glitch out? No, here they come. These are actually enemies in Silent Hill 3. Actually, I was gonna say something here, but it didn't happen. The last time I played the game, for the channel, actually, so if anyone's watching that's interested, later on, you can check out the last playthrough I did on the channel. When I came through this section, those mandarins glitched out. I got to the other side, and they just disappeared. They completely went away. That's the first time I've ever seen that after many, many playthroughs of this game over many years. I probably haven't played through this game as much as some, but I've played through a pretty good deal of times, let's just say, since the game released. And I've never seen that section play out the way it did the last time. It really freaked me out. There were actually a couple different things that happened in my last playthrough that I've never seen before. And that's one of the biggest incentives I have to just keep replaying this game ad nauseum, because crazy stuff can happen like that, things that you've never seen before. It just really keeps the game fresh. And this is the RV that we stopped at the very beginning of the game, where we got the note to go check out Neely's bar. This note right here. There's a memo lying on the sofa. I'll wait at Bar Neely's. Bar in all caps. One of the many enigmas. Not alone. Love this series, yeah. Me too, man. I'm really more of just a Silent Hill 2 fan. This is one of my top games of all time, arguably at the very top. I like Silent Hill 1, I like Silent Hill 3, but I don't love them like Silent Hill 2. We'll go ahead and skip the save for now. Okay, so speaking of Neely's Bar, we actually want to check it out one last time before we move on, because there's going to be a new message there waiting for us. Totally optional part of the game. But one of the best moments. Definitely worth checking out, in my opinion. We want to run to the opposite end here and just pick up a few items. And here's Neely's. Wait, what? They even fixed the Pyramid Head scene when he kills Maria. Interesting. I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to. Are you talking about the very end of the game where... I mean, because he kills her... Pyramid Head kills Maria twice. He kills her, you know, as we go into the elevator, she gets impaled. And then at the end of the game, he impales her again. I'm not sure which one you're referring to, though. I'm not sure about that slowdown. The big delay that you mentioned. So when we came here initially, at the beginning of the game, there was this message here. There was a hole here. It's gone now. And this is just another one of those enigmas to many people. You know, we find that note in the RV that says, you know, Bar Neely's, bar in all caps. And then we find a note here, you know, with hole written in all caps. And there's a lot of people out there that, you know, they think this means something. And it probably does, but it's just, again, it's an enigma. I have no idea what it actually means. It's one of those things that's just fun to contemplate. And inspecting the message makes it more likely that we'll get the in-water ending, which I don't really like the in-water ending. A lot of people do, but I prefer leave ending. But we're gonna do in-water this time. Last playthrough we did rebirth. But inspecting this message, yeah, makes it more likely that we'll get in water. Huh. Interesting. And over here on this wall, we have a new message waiting for us. This wasn't here at the beginning of the game. If you really want to see Mary, you should just die. But you might be heading to a different place than Mary, James. Chilling. And inspecting this as well makes it more likely that we'll receive the in-water ending. Really creepy. And there was a map here as well at the beginning of the game, but the map is gone. Okay. So we want to head to Lindsay Street. We'll get the continuation of the letter from the hospital, as well as the wrench. And then we need to head back to Blue Creek apartment. Got a wrench. This is a really cool part right here, too. Or perhaps you are a fool. The truth usually betrays people. This is simply a continuation of the Abyss letter. He who is not bold enough to be stared at from across the abyss. The letter from the director directly to James. The way this starts out. Or perhaps you are a fool. And then here's the confirmation that this is just a continuation of the letter from the hospital. A part of that abyss is in the old society. The key to the society is in the park, at the foot of the praying woman, inside of the ground, inside of a box. To open it, I need a wrench. My patient buried it there. I knew, but did nothing. It made me uneasy to have such a thing near. I wasn't looking for the truth. I was looking for tranquility. I also saw that thing. I fled, but the museum was sealed as well. Now no one dares to approach that place. If you still do not wish to stop, James, I pray to the Lord to have mercy on your eternal soul. So he's just speaking directly to James here at the end. I love that. One of the few moments where I feel like there really is an external force, a separate entity entirely communicating with James here. Trying to influence what he does. Okay, so we just need to run to the very end of the road here, Munson Street. And this locked door, or rather the door that was locked at the very beginning of the game, the door that wakes in darkness, opening into nightmares, will now be open. there's the apartments. You know what, let's take this enemy out. I was one hit away from death there. I'm not gonna lie, I would have been really upset had I died there. That would have been a sad face moment, to say the least. The door that wakes in darkness, opening into nightmares. We can see this at the very beginning of the game, but the door is locked. And the reason why I'm not healing up to full is because I'm going for the in-water ending. Which I could probably play however I wanted, for the most part. From this point, I'd probably still get in water. But, there's no point in messing around. Might as well attempt to, do my best to get that ending until the very end. Okay, so we can go to the end of Cat Street here if we want, and there will be some items. We might as well. It's only going to take, 30 seconds or so. Something up here, though. Yeah. Some ammo and a health drink. Wait, I think there's something over here, right? Yeah. First aid kit. Ampoule. No, thank you, miss. Maybe some other time. All right. We're basically on direct route to the Historical Society now. There's a couple detours I want to make, just because there's well, you know what? I think actually I already missed. I missed one of the detours earlier. Not a big deal. But there are some cool... I'll just kind of explain what I bypassed earlier. There's a, there's a part of the road that just abruptly ends. And it's just further evidence of reality totally breaking down at this point in the game. further we get in the game, the more and more reality just totally breaks down, and certain aspects of reality just completely warp. But there's a road that abruptly ends, and you can kind of stare into the abyss, and you can see a few things that are just really bizarre. Like there's trees growing out of the side of the ground, and there's just total abyss and darkness below you. And here in a little while, once we get into the historical society, reality starts to even further break down. Certainly once we get into areas like the labyrinth and whatnot, it's just totally illogical. And here is the praying woman. Victim of persecution by the Christians, is what that says. Jennifer Carroll lived with pride and honor. What happened here shall never be forgotten. A lot of people think this is a reference to Saint Jennifer in Silent Hill 3. You see a portrait of Saint Jennifer at towards the end of the game. A figurehead, supposedly, of the Order, the occult faction of Silent Hill. The ground is raised up only here. Could there be something under here? Let's dig it up. The small metal box is fastened by bolts. I can't open the lid. So let's break out our wrench. Voila. I got the old bronze key. And now we can head to the Historical Society. There's one detail past the society that's worth checking out. But other than that, we can pretty much just run directly there. I don't think there's anything at the gas station or at Pete's in this part of the game. There may be one item or two sitting around. I think there's one item at Pete's. The gas station I think is empty at this stage. It's a health drink. And I think that's it. There's a few billboards here that are worth checking out. It's the Lakeside Amusement Park advertisement. Toluca Lake. There's stuff on the opposite side of the road here too. Texon Gas. Your ad. It's just a tree. Quiet cocktails. Sounds good. Here is the Historical Society. We're not going to go in just yet, though. One more thing I want to do. There's also some more billboards on the way here. Nothing really noteworthy, but I always like to check everything out. Giga Computer. For lease. And here's a billboard for the Lakeview Hotel, the final destination of the game. One of the last parts of the game where we're actually going to use the chainsaw, so might as well. And this is what I wanted to check out here. But at the very end here, we have just straight up abyss. The road ends. Total darkness ahead. Can't see anything past here. But over here, we have one more clue, let's say. Just kind of further reinforcing one of my theories of the game. We have another corpse here, which is James's character model. Pretty much like 9 out of 10 times, any corpse you find here, probably a higher percentage than that actually, is James's character model. And I've said that a few times already, but sitting next to James's dead body here is a map. And it's marked very similarly to how the player character James marks his map with the lines and the X's and the circles. It's further confirmation that James's subconscious is communicating with him in various ways, leaving notes for him, leaving breadcrumbs, trying to guide him. Just like the journals we find on the ground that are the same exact design as James's memo pad. I love those details. Okay. Alrighty. So let's go ahead and save. What happened there? OBS just shit itself or something. It says stream resumed. Hope everything is still going. It appears to be. That's weird. YouTube is acting like nothing happened. Oh. Yeah. Alright, well, I'm going to, I'm gonna AFK for a couple minutes and grab a drink. Sure hope everything is, still copacetic here. Okay. So, I wanted to finish the game tonight. I don't think I'm going to be able to do that. What we're going to do is essentially, I guess we're just going to do what I did the last time, the last stream. I'll clear up to the labyrinth, which is about an hour away, roughly. And then we'll call it. And we'll finish up the stream tomorrow. And we'll probably do Born from a Wish as well, which is Maria's scenario. And let's put up the chainsaw. And you know what? Let's go ahead and see what our inventory looks like here. 188 handgun bullets. That's a fair amount. 76 shotgun shells. Not that great. 12 rifle shells. How are we doing on health? 17 health drinks. 13 first aids. 5 ampoules. Not too bad. Not too bad. We could have stocked up even more, but this should be sufficient. And we get that sound effect every time. Sounds like something falling off a shelf. And of course, the classic Misty Day, Remains of the Judgment. Again, Misty Day, Remains of the Judgment. It's him. Really awesome artwork. Masahiro Ito. Wonderful. A photo is hanging here. Wilt's Coal Mine. I just love the history of the town. One of my favorite sections of the game here. Easily one of my favorites. I love going up to these paintings and just speculating. There probably used to be a painting here. Only the explanation remains. Waterfront landscape. Alan Smith. Date of birth and death unknown. A scene of this area from long ago. From the style, it looks like it was done sometime around 1820. There were a lot fewer people then, and only a handful of buildings. 1820 was a long time ago. That's going way back. Nothing in this item case. That sound effect. What is that? I like to think that's... There was a mysterious accident long ago in Silent Hill where a whole bunch of people drowned, like a boat capsized on Toluca Lake, and a bunch of people drowned, and we're going to read more about that. There's a monument by Toluca Lake that alludes to that in Rosewater Park. And here in a little while, we're going to find an article that further alludes to what happened in Toluca Lake. And I like to think that that sound effect there is a boat horn. That's what it sounds like to me. But who knows? And here we have an item. This is the obsidian goblet, and we're actually not going to pick this up. And I'll tell you why. We've picked up 2 items, 2 out of 4 items for the rebirth ending. This is one of them. But we're not going to pick this up because if we pick up all 4 of the items, we're going to get the rebirth ending, no matter what. And last stream, I went for the rebirth ending, so we're going to skip this. And there's really not anything noteworthy about this. So there's an item later on, however, called the Crimson Ceremony, which we are going to pick up. And it's much more detailed than the Obsidian Goblet in description, if you will. So that's why we're not going to pick this up. Nothing useful on this one. Nothing special about this photograph. And this is Brookhaven Hospital right here. A photo is hanging here. Brookhaven Hospital, 1880. This hospital was built in response to a great plague that followed a wave of immigration to this area. It was originally little more than a shack, but it gradually grew and grew. It looks a lot like modern day Brookhaven. And here is the director of Brookhaven. A photo of the director of the old Brookhaven Hospital. It looks like he was a famous person in town. I think this is who left James that last message. The message that led us to the wrench, that led us to the old bronze key. The letter, the initial part of the letter that was in the director's room. This is the guy. In my mind. This is the guy that was just talking to us. And over here, eerie foreshadowing, to say the least. There is a photo of a deep, deep hole. What could this be? We're gonna be in that room very shortly. What is this photo doing here? Very disturbing. And this is really weird over here. We can't even interact with this. We have this scrap of paper on the wall. I'm pressing the interact button and we get nothing here. We get no message at all. Very curious. You can interact with almost everything in the game, and it's gonna give you something. It may say, at least, nothing of interest here, but very rarely are you not gonna be able to interact with something like this. This always bothers me. And here, the wall is just torn open, leading to a staircase. And this is where what I like to think is a boat horn, that sound effect is emanating from. And just forewarning here, I'm gonna walk down this flight of steps. I'm not gonna jog. The further we go, the louder the horn becomes, the more intense it becomes. Oh man. Finally, we reached the bottom. Brilliant. It's so intense at the end, it's just overlapping with itself. Some kind of document is lying here. September 11th, 1820, going all the way back again. Prisoner number C221. I can't read this. Or rather, I can't read the rest. What is this? The old Toluca prison, going all the way back to 1820. And this is our first of many descents into the abyss here after walking down a seemingly endless flight of steps. You'd think, oh, we're at the bottom here. We gotta be close to the bottom, right? Not even remotely close. And what is this sound effect? I always wonder this every time. Is this the sound of someone hanging on a gallows? That's the first thing that comes to mind. And we're gonna encounter a gallows of sorts pretty shortly, actually, which I think further solidifies that theory. It just sounds like a body hanging on a noose. The creaking of wood from a swinging body. Really creepy sound effect, though. Really bizarre in this room. Bizarre sound effect to have playing as soon as you enter the room. A photo is hanging here. Toluca prison camp. Built during the Civil War. Later became Toluca Prison. Bright blue sky. Or are those dark clouds? In an overcast sky. Kind of hard to tell, actually. A photo is hanging here. Death by skewering. Lovely. An execution at the prison. Death by skewering or strangling. To choose his death is the prisoner's last taste of freedom. What a choice. Grotesque. And over here, this looks quite familiar, eh? Two pyramid head-esque figures. Some ceremonial garb. A painting is hanging here. Crimson and white banquet for the gods. I heard a theory a long time ago. Or no, not a long time ago. Quite recently, actually. What the hell am I talking about? Where some guy theorized that James sees Pyramid Head the way he does because of his experiences being in Silent Hill. And the theory is that, you know, maybe James has seen this photograph in the past. Maybe when he and Mary visited Silent Hill, and that's why Pyramid Head kind of manifests with the pyramid head that he has. A Pyramid Head to me is essentially just James. If you were to take that helmet off, you'd probably find a grotesque, deformed version of James underneath that helmet, if I had to guess. But I think he's a little bit more intricate than that, a little bit more nuanced. I think he's more than just, you know, a projection from within James's subconscious. I think he's partly, you know, part of the occult force of the town. An embodiment of the executioners of old, combined with James. Whoa! Hello. I was actually ready for that, and I still kind of jumped a little bit. And here is that hole. Here we are. Home sweet home. The hole's dark, and I can't see anything. Will you jump down? Well, what choice do we have? And we're trapped in what appears to be a deep well. But if we turn around here, slightly to the left, this wall here, this is our way out. And the exit to this area is always in the same spot. I've watched a lot of people play through this game. A lot of people over the years, and I've never seen anyone just kind of know exactly where to go. They're always inspecting the walls, and typically, you know, when you play through the first few times, you kind of need to walk around and inspect the walls and try to, you know, find a way out, but there's a definite way out here, and it's always in the same spot. So if we inspect this part of the wall over here, for example, it's just a wall. It would be impossible to climb this, and this is what you get pretty much, you know, any area you inspect here. But just right over here, it's just a wall. Huh. This is different. Just this spot here feels different than a normal wall. I wonder if I could somehow break it. So let's break out our steel pipe. Probably for the last time in the game. Force your way through, James. Huh. This enemy is not normally on that side of the room. That's really weird. It's really rare that that enemy isn't right in front of you there. Works for me, though. I love that sound effect. We have a door on the floor here. Reality, as I was saying earlier, just slowly breaking down. Becoming more and more illogical and out of place. There is a door at the bottom. The door is locked. And just in here, I'll tell you what we're gonna do here, actually. Let's go ahead and heal up to full. Just to be safe. This can sometimes take a little while. Over here we have a key. I got the spiral writing key. Uh-oh. And as soon as we pick up the key, our flashlight goes out. And this happens every time. But luckily, we have the dry cell battery that we picked up in the hospital, in Brookhaven Hospital. Got it in the hospital room. Just an ordinary dry cell battery. Let's go ahead and use it. And as soon as we put the battery in, we're attacked by bugs. And this combination is going to be different for every playthrough. So this is a trial and error sort of thing, so bear with me here. It could be one of many combinations, as you can imagine. Not too many, right? But I'm going to have to go through the laundry list of possible combos. May take a while, may take no time at all. Man, I'm taking a lot of hits. Hey. And they'll stun lock you there in place. It's kind of frustrating. They don't deal a lot of damage, but it can be frustrating at times. That went very, very smoothly. All right. Spiral writing key. Key with slim 3-inch long cylinder attached. The cylinder is engraved with spiral writing. One of the few keys where you can actually examine it and glean some additional info. It says, "'Tis doubt which leadeth thee to purgatory." Let's use it. It's pitch black beyond the door. I can't tell how far the blackness stretches. Will you go down? I like how we're always given the option. Like, will you go down? What choice do we have? How can we possibly get back at this point? After jumping through that hole the last time into the abyss. Pretty sure we're not going to be able to go back. Might as well just keep going down.
Killing a person ain't no big deal. Just put the gun to their head, pow.
You killed him?
But it wasn't my fault. He made me do it.
Calm down, Eddie. Tell me what happened.
That guy, he had it coming. I didn't do anything. He just came after me. Besides, he was making fun of me with his eyes, like that other one.
Just for that, you killed him?
What do you mean, just for that?
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
Oh yeah? Why not? Till now I always let people walk all over me. Just like that stupid dog. He had it coming too.
Eddie?
I was just joking, James. He was dead when I got here, honest. Anyway, I gotta run.
You're going out there alone?
Yeah.
Eddie?
Great scene. You're going out there alone? Yeah. Eddie's totally lost it now. Totally lost it. He was making fun of me with his eyes. hard to have sympathy for anybody that hurts animals, really. Telltale sign of a really sick individual. Eddie, to me, is possibly the least sympathetic character here. Actually, he is the least sympathetic. Angela, total victim. Total victim. Angela, really isn't to blame for anything. She had a really horrible, miserable life, and Angela was just, getting some payback, really just defending herself. It's really tough to justify anything that Eddie has done to land himself here in Silent Hill. Same as James, really. James and Eddie are very similar. Really tough to legitimize what James did as well. James and Eddie are, two peas in a pod. Angela's a very unique case, and arguably she has the worst fate, unfortunately, here. She's, I think the main reason why Angela has such a horrific fate here is that she just doesn't forgive herself. More so than, being given the chance to have redemption. Angela is just so guilty, self-inflicted guilt. And here, we have a corpse. A guy in a pool of his own blood, and there's a spoon sitting right here. Probably a Walter Sullivan reference. This may even be Walter Sullivan. This may actually be his model, his character model, in Silent Hill 2. I've never played Silent Hill 4, personally. I've seen it played a few times. Not very recently, but if I recall correctly, Walter Sullivan, who is in Silent Hill 4, he's got long hair, sort of shoulder-length hair, just like this guy. And we learn earlier from a newspaper article in a trash chute just outside the Woodside Apartments, pretty early in the game. We learn that Walter Sullivan commits suicide by stabbing himself in the neck with a spoon. And that spoon is kind of pristine. It's not really covered in blood. So I guess that's an argument against this being Walter Sullivan. But you really gotta look into it. This still feels like a Walter Sullivan reference to me. And we're actually gonna find Walter Sullivan's tombstone eventually as well. At the end of the labyrinth, actually. So I betcha this is Walter Sullivan. Awesome theory? Which one? The Walter Sullivan theory? And over here, I got the tablet of gluttonous pig. Tablet of gluttonous pig. In the same room we find Eddie. So Eddie is in fact the gluttonous pig that this tablet represents. Almost looks like hieroglyphics in a way. Egyptian hieroglyphics. Slightly more detailed than that, I'd say, but just reminds me of hieroglyphics. And this painting in the back here is a painting of the room that we're standing in. As you can see, the pillars, the tables, and the most telltale sign that this is the same room we're standing in, detail by detail, If you look in the bottom right of the painting, you can see Walter Sullivan and the pool of blood on the table. Bottom right of the painting. And in the back of the painting is the painting that we're looking at. Paradox. Super disturbing. Amazing detail. And here's a save point as well. And I'm actually gonna grab a drink very quickly. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back. All right. Couple interesting details here. I got the tablet of the seductress. Second tablet. Which, if the gluttonous pig represents Eddie, then the tablet of the seductress, creepily enough, represents Angela. Which, you know, Angela's mom blamed her for what happened to her, the sexual abuse that she suffered at the hands of her father, which, that's fucked up. Basically, her mother insinuating that she seduced her own father. Gross. Really interesting detail here. When we walk back into this corner of the hall, we get a unique sound effect. A unique loop that plays. And this loop is actually going to play in only one other location in the game. It's going to play in the, I believe, the warden's office here in Toluca Prison. Really weird how you get a different loop that plays only in this hall and in the warden's office. But it's really bizarre to me how, you know, just 5 feet away, you get a different loop. You get the clanging of metal, the, like, sounds to me like a jail cell, like a door just clank, 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 just clanking shut, slamming shut. And then just around the corner, you get this loop. Really, you know, disconcerting. Disturbing. Puts you on edge, puts me on edge. This is just a really, sort of baffling section here. We have this one room here, too, that you can walk into. Nothing in here to inspect, just an empty cell. They consciously put this little wing in with this empty cell, unique loop that plays. There's nothing else to do here. These doors are locked. Really weird. Just messing with you, essentially. What? What the hell just happened? It's like the wall got in the way there, interfered with my aim. This is a really creepy part of the game, and there are some really bizarre details here to point out. It's a bit noisy in this hall, so I'm gonna... Oh God. No thanks. So I think it's quiet enough in here. Let me tell you what. Let me just do this to tone things down a bit. There are invisible enemies in a couple of these cell blocks, if you will. There's one in the cell just next to us, which I'm going to show you here in a second. And there's one in another cell block on the other side of the room. And I'm going to demonstrate something in the other cell block because it's a little bit more quiet in there. There's less background noise, and I'll be able to kind of explain what's going on. But this is a very bizarre part of the game to me. But let me show you exactly what I'm talking about here in a second. Let's go ahead and inspect this cell a little bit further, though. So we got the wax doll, which we need. It's a key item. Books are scattered all over the bed and floor. On sacrifice and the art of demon summoning. Tome. What the hell is happening? Reconnection successful. Huh. That's so weird. I don't know what the hell's going on there. Hopefully the stream is still up. Again, YouTube says that nothing's happened. Alright, whatever. The Feast of the Succubi. The fallen angels of mercy and favor. I guess I shouldn't worry about these too much. Black magic from the abyss. Resurrection of the dead. The Chronicle of Agrippa. Manuscript of the Iron Rings. Agrippa is a biblical reference, by the way. I guess I shouldn't worry about these too much. Sure, James. And this is a variation of the Halo of the Sun, which is the signature sort of runic symbol of Silent Hill, especially Silent Hill 3. This isn't quite the Halo, but it's very similar. Okay. So you hear this voice here, right? You can notice James looking at something here. I can point my gun into this cell, but there's nothing here. It's so loud in that cell block. It's really hard to concentrate. I have headphones on and really tough to get my thoughts out in that block. But yeah, there's a invisible enemy in that one. Again, I hope everything's okay. I give you blood to atone for the 3 sins, is written on top of the painting. Beneath the painting are 3 square depressions. So we can't interact with this just now. That sound effect sounds like something stomping on the floor above us. And here's that gallows I mentioned earlier. Again, this is more of, this is legitimate hieroglyphics here to me. 2 pyramid head figures, 2 executioners, and a hangman in the middle. We can actually get up on top of this too. There's some steps in the back. Not much point in getting up on this, but... We'll come back here in just a second. Okay. So it's still kind of noisy in here, but we're going to deal with that here in a second. Much more peaceful in this cell block than the last. Let's check out this room. And you notice how the sound kind of glitches out there? It's like... That always bothers me. And by bothers, I mean I'm always wondering, just why does the sound cut out like that in here? You can kind of hear it glitching out a little bit there too with the raindrops. And this voice in the background, this deep voice, it's saying ritual, by the way. Ritual. Ritual. It's almost like an occult spirit, part of the order, is observing James going through this section. Observing James, perhaps observing Eddie and Angela as well, indulging in a ritual taking place here in the town. Maybe James and Eddie and Angela really aren't here because of things they've done necessarily, but the town and the occult, the order, has drawn them in as part of a ritual. Their actions have led them here, certainly, in some ways, but perhaps the order has also drawn them here. And this as well, one of the many enigmas to players of this game, this drawing. 436 people at a recital. What? What does this mean? Does this mean anything? Or is this just here to mess with you? Really weird. Ritual. That sound glitching out. The glitchy raindrops. Oh man, it's really going crazy. It's still going. That's weird. Oh man. It's almost like it's just kind of stuck in that loop because we're looking at this painting. Man, it's really glitching out there. Burning Man. And this is really intriguing to me, this painting. The Lakeview Hotel, which is what this is. This is a picture of the Lakeview Hotel on fire. And there's a lot of different indicators that we're going to have once we get to the Lakeview Hotel that the Lakeview has actually burned down at some point in time. Sometime after James and Mary visited this town, the Lakeview burns down and the town is abandoned. There's a lot of different indicators pointing to that. Including this painting right here. Burning Man. And finally, Woman in Flight. Another questionable painting. Why is that there? Alright, so here's our friend. And the radio as well. You can start to hear it acting up a bit. And here he is. Inside this cell is an invisible enemy. And the radio cuts out. He's gone. Super bizarre. Totally unique. When the bullets go into this enemy, as soon as you fire into him, you can hear him. He sounds like a human. He's like, "Arr! Arr!" It doesn't sound like any of the other enemies in the game that are definitively monstrous, not human. This guy sounds like a person. Especially, you know, at the end there when he's like screaming out. Totally bizarre. And as soon as you kill him, the thumping stops. The ritual stops. Just silence. Can't get the door open. Really bizarre. And he's right next to the cell that we need to be in as well. With the final tablet. I got the tablet of the oppressor. So if Angela is the seductress, Eddie is the gluttonous pig, well, that makes James the oppressor. And right on cue, the iron bar is tightly closed. I can't force it open. Oh, but you can, James. You can force it open. So we have to try a few times, and the door magically unlocks for us. James forces his way out, oppresses his way out. Okay, so let's turn around. Let's go back to the gallows. And we'll insert the tablets. You do waste a bit of handgun ammo pointing out what I just did, but I feel like it's worth it. Whoa! Oh God. No thanks. I think I'll just skip that. And here we are again. Eek. That sound effect. Is that supposed to be, you know, like the wall or the ceiling crumbling? Or is that supposed to be something stomping on the floor above you? I think it's the latter, unfortunately. Okay, so let's combine the 3 tablets. Seductress, Gluttonous Pig, Oppressor. And what the hell makes that sound? That screaming sound at the end. And here waiting for us, hanging on the door, is the horseshoe, which is a key item that we need. I got a horseshoe. This wall is intriguing to me. This is sort of a prelude to the labyrinth, in a way. Just the hodgepodge of different materials that make up this wall. You have some like kind of dry siding here at the top, brick, you know, like stone, some like cinder blocks of some sort up here. Just a compilation of different building materials. Really bizarre. Something that is totally abnormal and breaking down of reality again. And just for the hell of it. The rest of the room is actually just these blocks. Doesn't seem to be the same sort of compilation of materials as the one wall. Interesting. Yeah. Alright. And our friend in the cell block does not respawn. He stays dead. You can see a lighter on the other side of the glass here. We need to get to that. Here it is. Got a lighter. I knock on the door, but there's no answer. Yeah. Normally, I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've done this, man. I always do the same thing. I walk up to this door, knock once, knock twice, walk away, and that sound effect plays. But that time I knocked twice and nothing happened. I was like, wait, what? No. I turn around, do it again, and then it plays. That's so weird. Just another one of those reasons why these repeat playthroughs are just so rewarding. I have no idea what makes that happen, what makes it decide, oh, I'm not going to trigger this time, until you turn around and knock again. Totally bizarre. Really good jump scare there, too. This game is masterful at the jump scares. Not a lot of them. Really only a handful in the entire game. You know, legitimate setup jump scares. But the ones that happen are incredibly well done. The ones that are executed specifically to jump scare you. And we have a save point in here. So we could go ahead and call it here. Kind of inclined to, but let's go ahead and proceed just up to the labyrinth. Like I said earlier, might as well. That's like the fourth time OBS is cut out, though. I'm guessing my internet is just a bit spotty. And here's that loop that I was talking about earlier, the one that was in the, by the tablet of the seductress. Oh shit, I forgot to pick up the map. Oops. Well. That's that. We're not looking at the map. I'm certainly not going back for that shit. That's my mistake, though. But I think this is the warden's office. Take a look at this painting here as well. We're gonna see this painting in another room, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but it's doesn't make a whole lot of sense when I, tell you that right now. But when you see the room, it's a total breakdown of reality. It's basically a variant of this room with some very specific alterations. But what is this? This is a very eerie painting to me. Perhaps Toluca prison camp. Maybe the prison itself. That eerie pink sky. The dull pink. Ominous sky. And over here, we have a few details. There's a magazine here. I've never seen it before. It's probably a locally published magazine. Toluca Lake, the town's main tourist attraction. This clear, beautiful lake has another side as well. It may seem like just a typical ghost story that you might find in any number of old towns across the country, but in this case, the legend is true. on a fog-bound November day in 1918, the Little Baroness, a ship filled with tourists, failed to return to port. A newspaper article from back then simply says, it most likely sunk for some reason. Despite an extensive police search, not a single fragment of the ship, nor any of the 14 bodies of passengers or crew, has ever been recovered to this day. In 1939, an even stranger incident occurred. There are many pages torn out. Infuriating. Many corpses rest at the bottom of this lake. Their bony hands reach up towards the boats that pass overhead. Perhaps they reach for their comrades. So this is what I was talking about earlier. Something happened on Toluca Lake. Not just once, but actually twice. A sacrifice, a ritual of some sort, I'd imagine. And over here is a pretty hidden detail as well. There's a diary here. Prisoners do not feel remorse. In fact, they do not feel themselves to be villains at all. Even the most uneducated brute will use what little words he knows to justify himself. And such trifling dreams they have, flourishing even in the darkness. Prisoners, too, are no exception. No matter how foul nor loathsome one's own life and existence may be, human nature is abiding. It's a very dark outlook. Not totally untrue in some cases. And in here, we got some ammo, and over here on this wall, the rifle. I got a hunting rifle. A gun that we'll use a singular time in this playthrough. Almost a pointless item. Some people probably just don't use it, frankly, but it is useful in one encounter at the very end of the game. There's a cover on the ground, but I can't open it. There's only a depression left where there was probably once a handle. Alright, so let's use the key items that we picked up. The wax doll. This is a really bizarre combination of keys here. The lighter and the horseshoe. Hey. Makeshift handle. What do you know? That's some strong wax too, man. I'll tell you what. Will you jump in yet again? Yes, we will. Okay, so be on the lookout for a rare sound effect that can sometimes play here. I'll let you know when to be looking for it. In fact, let me go ahead and... I forgot about this, actually. I turned that down a couple notches when I was using the chainsaw. Because the chainsaw in particular is incredibly loud in this game. Oftentimes, anytime you use a gun or a weapon, it's going to be really loud compared to everything else. But the chainsaw in particular is kind of deafening. The corpse smells nauseatingly of rotten flesh. A horrible smell is coming from the hole. My God. In the hole. I didn't see that. And just through this door, a rare sound effect can sometimes play. Be on the lookout. And it didn't play. This corpse into this hole? Really weird. Sometimes you can hear a sound effect of a gurney wheeling on the ground. Very, very rare, actually. I'd venture to say probably one of the rarest sound effects that can play in the game. Guess it's not gonna play. There's a hole in the floor. I can't see the bottom. How far does this thing go? Will you go down again, giving us the option? Man. This loop is pure madness. Oof. Haha! Another hole. And there's that painting I was talking about. It's the painting that was in the warden's office. The dull pink sky. It's like a variation of the warden's office, but with the floor missing. A sink on the wall. Yeesh. Another hole. Do I really have to drop through it? Yes, you do, James. And here we are. One more stop before the labyrinth. This almost looks like the door in the gallows room back in the prison. Same design. The same stone blocks everywhere. And let's just keep going down, because why not? And here we are. The entrance to the labyrinth. The further down we go, the more reality breaks down. Here we have just a very simple sort of, wood grain paneling here at the bottom. Some drywall. Peeling. Decaying. And a simple wooden door and a save point. Possibly the most terrifying part of the game. Up here. And if you're not familiar with the labyrinth, how to navigate through, it is absolutely terrifying and can drive you crazy in a lot of different ways. The loops in this section of the game, the enemies, it's madness. But we're gonna call it for this stream. Really enjoyed playing through tonight. And we'll be back tomorrow to finish up the game. And this is sort of playing out similarly to the last stream we did. We'll probably have enough time to do Born from a Wish as well, with the way we've broken things up this time. So, hope everyone enjoyed it. Thank you for watching, and take care. We'll see you tomorrow.